Well, good evening, everyone. A little bit unexpected on this end, but we will have a double header tonight. First at the road course of Portland, and then following at the 1 mile in Phoenix. So this will help get me caught up before my trip to Portland. So last night, even though it was a silent broadcast, we got to watch Adam Starr get his first win of the season, which was a long time coming. It seemed like he was getting it dialed in each week, and he finally pulls off the victory. And even during a double points race, that was able to catapult him up to second in the point standings. So it was a very huge break for Adam Starr, who is now 28 points out of the lead as Justin Daytu jumps to P1. Ewan What Army sits third. Adam Gerber-Forian drops fourth. And Chris Hergeson is currently your top fifth driver. There's a whole lot of unknown going into this race, as we haven't had a whole lot of road course racing. Portland kind of bridges that gap for most road courses. It's a really short road course. It's kind of almost like a go-kart track in the way it races out. It's really compact and provides for good racing regardless. Our last road course, I believe, was the Roval, and that was where Cam Jordan wound up dominating, leading almost every lap to win that one. It looks like Cam Jordan again might be a favorite today, as he's qualified third. However, Logan Nagy is P1 to start the race here at Portland. Going back to last night, Ewan What Army was able to secure a top 10 at Evergreen. Looks like Tristan Reams is starting 7th. Adam Gerber-Forian has lost the points lead for the first time in a long time. He's going to be looking to pick up the pieces from his dismal run at Evergreen. Adam Starr starting 14th. And let's see, the tail end of the field, we've got Nadak Hagam with Tyler Aspinall right in front of him.
Gentlemen!
A lot of these drivers are still looking to get a win to stamp their position in the playoffs. I'll have to do analysis after this race and after the next race, of course, to see where everyone shakes out and who may or may not be on the inside looking in. The green flag drops, and it's a dead heat between Logan Nagy and Tyler Landa going into turn 1. Tyler Landa is going to get the inside here for a minute, but Logan Nagy will get the preferred line on the exit of turn 3 there. And he settles into the lead over Tyler Landa. Ewan What Army gets by Cam Jordan to get up to 3rd here. Logan Nagy, of course, is yet to win a race this season. Currently sitting in 17th in the points. He'll definitely be looking to get a win if he wants to make it towards the playoffs this season. Crazy part is, so far in the season, we have had 9 different winners in 11 races. So it's been a very, very well spread out campaign for the wins. Our furthest back winner in the points is Skylar Dixon, who sits 28th overall. But then from there to the next person, you got Cam Jordan, who's sitting in 16th. So most of your winners are towards the top 20 in the points, which would make sense. Usually if you're winning, you're doing well enough, or at least you're consistent enough to be in the top 20 in points. There's always that one driver, no matter what form of racing it is, you're going to have some surprise winners each year. Looks like everyone's kind of single file, sorted it out single file right now on lap 3. Running order still remains the same at the front with Nagy, Landa, What Army, Jordan, and Blaney. Unfortunate, looks like we had a retiree. Number 67, let's see if it shows us what happened. Pit. Didn't give us much information on what exactly happened to the 67, so. Oh, there you go. It was accordion effect of the turn 1. They slowed up too much and he didn't check up in time, so that puts an end to JD Arrington's day. After having a solid 2nd place at Evergreen, he's going to have a dismal last place finish tonight here in Portland. From what little I got to follow the Evergreen race, it seemed like it was a wreck fest last night. I don't think the cameras caught every wreck that happened. I was able to rewind on a couple of them to see exactly what brought out the cautions, but that's been definitely one of the more caution-prone races that we've had in the Sylvania Bush League. Both drivers running 1-2, as well as third, haven't won a race yet this season. You and What Army, kind of like Adam Starr, has always been running up front, just trying to find the right race or the right opportunity to take that win is kind of evaded him at times. Last night it was Adam Starr getting to break the mold, taste victory lane for the first time. Perhaps you and What Army will figure it out tonight between Portland and Phoenix. Kind of neat. We got the northwest swing of sorts. You got Washington, we're going to Oregon, and then we'll be in Arizona in the span of 3 races. So one thing I've noticed in NASCAR racing 2003, a lot of times on road courses, it's whoever sets on the pole usually wins the race. The only thing that'll mess it up once in a while is pit strategy. We'll usually see altering pit strategies and then perhaps a caution that comes out that'll end up, it'll make that, make that pit strategy fall apart. Hopefully we just have a nice clean race without too much carnage. Good, switches for the lead perhaps. Logan Nagy at the moment kind of driving off with this one, but Tyler Landa's not letting him get too far out of sight. Yeah, with these next 2 races tonight, that'll put us 2 races before the playoffs. We'll have Bristol and Daytona as the next 2 races, and I'll get a tally on everything at the end of tonight's stream after the Phoenix race on who's in the bubble, who's locked in, and the whole layout for the playoffs. I haven't really decided, and I'm going to decide tonight on exactly how the playoff scenario is going to look for the Busch League. And now I'm looking at it. I didn't pay close enough attention, but this race at Portland is also a double points race, so huge implications. On the line for drivers that may not have a good run here in Portland. Logan Nagy seems to be stretching his gap in the lead there just so slightly. Tyler Landa, there's spots in the tracks where it looks like he's faster though, and he closes back in, but the accordion fluctuation up front Logan Nagy will start to drive back away. The true magic of these races come during pit stops. We'll probably see pit stops at Portland around, let's see. I'm assuming they're going to have to make at least 2 or 3 stops. So probably about lap 20, 23 to 27 would be my guess when we start seeing pit stops. Still hasn't been much change. Our top 5 has not changed at all since the drop of the green flag. Do kind of a run through on the field right now. After Ryan Blaney in 5th, it is Ethan Creech running 6th. Pretty good showing for him so far. Adam Gerber-Forian trying to make up for lost ground in the Evergreen race. Tristan Reams, solid top 10. Justin Patrick, also solid top 10. And then you got Bella Fawn running 10th. Josh Harrison in 11th. Tyler Fink in 12th. Our current points leader, Justin Day2, running 13th. Adam Starr running 14th. And Noah Hobson running 15th. We got Dusty Redding, Micah Mixer, Riley Sorrell Tracy, Clarence Bonner, Skylar Dixon, Lynn Farrell, Connor Cooper, Dave Wilson, Nelson Morrison, Tyler Disharoon, Jules T-Roll, Lucas Holmes, Craig Bush, Driver X, Tyler Aspinall. Wow, that's been probably the roughest run for Chris Hergeson, not getting in a wreck. Currently running P31 on track. Evidently road courses may not be his forte. And you got Hagum, followed by Heidfeld, Clark, and our only retiree was that of JD Arrington. There will be some minor rebranding going into 2023. I'm going to probably end up rebuilding just about every car. Just a little bit. I'll probably take their base template, the base paint scheme that I have, but there's going to be some minor edits to stuff like the logo for the series will turn into the Busch Light series instead of the Busch League series. We're gonna, I'm hoping, I'm not gonna, oh, we'll see. Maybe this year I'll try to test it out with the playoffs too. And maybe even have win stickers kind of like the Cup guys do in real life. But we'll see how much ambition how much drive I've got to edit the paints every week. It wouldn't be that hard, especially if you do it just for each winner. So, minor tweaks like that. I'd rather put as much attention to detail to the series as I can. In 2023, I'm going to try to run the Bush and the Cup in the same streaming, the same airing that I will run each other. So the likeliness, it'll be Wednesdays will be my truck series, and then Thursdays will be the Bush and Cup. And because of that, it'll be the Bush series races will be kind of an intermediate length, and then the Cup races will be a little bit closer to an endurance, but not quite. I would probably simulate, or at least simulate it similar to the real life Xfinity series would be the lengths that I would put my Cup series at. So for a YouTube stream, that seems a little bit more reasonable than doing the full-on 500 miles of this or that. Now, for example, there's a lot of tracks that I'm going to keep at a 500-mile limit, or I'm going to remain as a 500-mile event in the Cup Series, just to keep them mostly like the Daytona 500, which will still be like a 2-hour race, because it's a super speedway and the cars are going fast enough that those 500 miles go pretty quickly. 500 laps, say at like Bristol, not really though. That would take longer, be kind of tedious. So tracks that are probably 2 miles or longer will be on the north side of 400 to 500 miles, and anything 1.5 miles might be more so like a 350 or 400. So currently Logan Nagy has stunk up the show so far. Our top 5 drivers have established quite a gap on the rest of the field. From first on back to 5th, it is a 3-second deficit. First back to 6th, however, is a 6-second deficit, and your entire top 10 is separated by 10 seconds. Fastest lap of the race so far belongs to Logan Nagy. So it's looking like we're setting up for another dominant outing at the road courses here. Very reminiscent to our Roval experience earlier in the season, where Cam Jordan was out there dominating. Likely what I'll do for anyone that can't stay tuned in, I'll give a little bit of updates when cautions come around on the Discord channel. Use the live updates to kind of highlight any changes or any key moments in this race. Looks like the lead has shrunk a little bit for Logan Nagy. Tyler Aspinall's making a bid for the lead here. Less than actually down to half a second now is the deficit. In the series, we haven't seen much out of Ford all season. Out of the 9 different winners, we haven't had a single Ford. Yeah, not a single Ford driver has won yet this season. It's mostly been Dodge and Toyota. Very minimal. Yeah, we had 1 Chevy winner too, it looks like. So Dodge and Toyota have been the stars of the show in the Sylvania Bush League. Perhaps Ford will get their first win on the season tonight. It looks like Logan Nagy's going to have to keep Tyler Landa at bay here because Landa's got quite a run on him. Green flag pit stops are probably around the corner here. Cam Jordan's running 4th, of course, and Ryan Blaney 5th. Still, our entirety of the top 10 has not changed much at all. Look further back. Things have stayed pretty consistent. And even further back. Still, Chris Hergeson struggling hard today here at Portland. P31. Some of the information for next year that I can disclose is Ewan What Army, along with Chaz Chadwick, are both going to work their way up into the Cup Series in 2023 in LFG Motorsport. They're going to run their same numbers respectively, so What Army in the 21, Chadwick in the 18, and that's going to be a Dodge manufacturer. There's a little bit of scuttlebutt that Cam Jordan might work his way into the Cup Series next year. Adam Gerber-Forian is almost set for moving in regardless of his finish position this year. Tristan Reams will go to race for Arrow McLaren. in their number 8 Chevy. And even Justin Day2 has been tagged as potentially up into the Cup Series next year. Adam Starr is going to start his own team in 2023, fielding vehicles in the Truck Series, Busch Series, and Cup Series. So it's a huge step for Adam Starr. There's a lot of drivers in the Busch League right now that are going to get relegated down to the Truck Series. They haven't shown enough to prove moving up into the Cup Series quite yet, and are probably going to need some more time down even further back to the Truck Series before they can continue racing the Busch Series. So the lead is considerably smaller than what it's been amongst the top 3. Even all the way back to 5th is within under 3 seconds now instead of at 3 seconds. Being at the front for this long, likely his tires are starting to wear out on him. The speeds have significantly dropped from their early laps. His fastest lap was a 1:14.0, and he just turned a 1:15.7. Top 3 remain relatively consistent on their delta at the moment, not gaining or losing much as they run. So I wagered anywhere between 23 to 28 is likely going to be our pit stop window, I'd imagine. And right now your top 3 are tightening back up again. Going around for circuit number 27 here. Still nothing has changed. Backyard field still remains that of Clark and Heidfeld. And Nadak Hagum, Chris Hergeson, and Tyler Aspinall. '23 is going to be a big year for Aspinall as well. Going to be running trucks, Busch, and Cup, as well as Adam Starr joins a select crew that'll be fielding in all three series. One of the interesting, one of his drivers for 2023, Louis Trost, will actually be doing a triple duty. And in my series, I'm not going to make anyone commit for a championship, so it's very likely that you could have someone win the championship in all three of the series. And that would be one hell of a feat if they can pull it off. All you have to do is have a vehicle, have a ride for each series, and Louis Trost has a truck ride lined out for 2023. Technically has a ride in the Busch series, although it might be split duty, and then he'll have full time in the Cup. So I don't believe there's going to be many drivers actually doing the triple, but we might see a couple more as the years click by. The trucks will be broken to a dual season each year. We'll have a winter series and a summer series. So the champion in the winter series will get graduated mid-season into the Busch League. And same thing for the summer, they'll get their free ticket up to the Busch League. Due in part with that, we'll have to have someone that drops back when someone gets graduated up. There's only a 32 car limit in the Busch League. And I'm trying to do that on purpose so that we have the best of the best in the Busch League as potential candidates for the Cup Series. Cup Series is going to get harder and harder to move up to after 2023, because we'll kind of start to establish some perennial contenders in the Cup Series. It wouldn't be all that surprising that some drivers can't make it out of the bottom leagues. Even though they can still end up racing each year for a championship in the Busch Series and the Truck Series. Eventually, when they win the championship, they'll get graduated up regardless. So there's always an opportunity. They've made it past my predicted window for pit stops. Currently on lap 30. If they can stretch it another 8 or 9 laps, they'll be able to make this on a one-stop race. But I don't see them stretching it 8 to 10 more laps. It'll likely be sooner than that. 31 laps through the race, and we still haven't seen a caution, nor have we seen a lead change, as Logan Nagy has dominantly led every lap from the pole. Drivers behind him have shown moments of strength, closing the lead on him at occasions, but never close enough to make a pass on him. Logan Nagy wound up in a wreck in last night's race at Evergreen, so he's definitely shooting for a win here today. Still, the nice thing is we have 5 drivers who, if they play their strategy right, could win this race. Once you get as far back as 6th place at the moment, 8.5 seconds gets hard to make up no matter what pit strategy you play. The stroke of brilliance from Logan Nagy was mostly unexpected. We didn't see him as a contender for a win in the last several races. This will play huge dividends for him in his chances in the playoffs. We're just roughly approaching halfway though in this race, and there's a lot that could still happen in the last 36 laps of it. Correction, I meant to say 44 laps to go. We're further than halfway than I imagined. My sleepy brain. Top 10 remains unchanged through 33 laps here at Portland. Crazy thing about being the inaugural season like it is, we don't have any history on past winners. It's going to be the fun thing about following each year is when we return to venues, which drivers we've had that are good at certain tracks. I don't know if NASCAR Racing 2003 puts a whole lot of emphasis on that, because a lot of times the ratings are randomized upon race entry, so you never know who's going to have the best vehicle going to a race simulation in NASCAR Racing 2003. But it'd always be kind of neat to follow and see any trends that may arise. That's usually one of the things I enjoy the most about playing NASCAR Racing 2003, is simulating it out and seeing what trends are actually happening, kind of like real life. You always get these unexpected trends or, consistent finishes from certain drivers. It's kind of the charm of motorsport in all its entirety. The top 5 have drawn even further away from the 6th place driver. Ethan Creech is 8.5 seconds back, followed by Adam Gerber-Forian, who's almost 9 seconds back. Once we get to lap 43, it'll be halfway through the 150-mile race here at Portland. I'm afraid green flag pit stops might fall before halfway, and we're going to have a seriously wonky finish to this deal. Luckily, they go yet another lap, so that'll push them one more lap closer to the halfway mark. Tyler Landa's the closest in striking range there on Logan Nagy that he's been all day. He's closing the gap pretty significantly. He's going to have to find an opportunity to make a pass here without losing momentum. Seems like the ebb and flow of the front field here, they usually catch up, then they lose all the ground that they made. We'll have to see how Tyler Landa fares after digging around the last turn here and back onto the front straight. Still under half a second to the lead. Actually, he significantly cut the lead in another large chunk, down to 0.34 of a second. Looks like we had our first pit stop with Adam Gerber-Forian coming in on lap 38. This is definitely going to be a stinger, as Adam couldn't even make it to halfway. Doesn't say anything about tire damage or anything, so he just simply couldn't stay out long enough to make it to halfway. From being our #1 contender for the past 10 races, he's lost the points lead now, and it's going to be hard to make up any points with this potential strategy. Could lose a lot of points for him. Our leaders are staying out even further. As I mentioned before, if they can make it to lap 43, they'll be smooth sailing to the end of this race, as they'll only have to make one pit stop to finish this race. Actually, man, my math is way off. I must be so tired. Adam Gerberian hit the perfect halfway mark at lap 38, because that would be about 76, 78 one lap later. So he's right on the cusp of having pitted at the perfect time. The rest of these guys, the longer they stay out though, it ain't gonna hurt them. Green flag pit stops are likely to happen this time by for sure for the rest of the lead crew here. Nope, they're going to stick it out another lap. The longer they can stretch it, this will be good towards the end, as it won't turn into a gas mileage race. We have at least another pit stop right now, the 48 of Ethan Creech coming down. It's probably going to be a busy spot in the next couple laps here. Surprisingly, a lot of single car pit stops. Lead deficit still pretty much the same throughout the top 5 there. New 6th place driver since we had Adam Gerberian pit. Tristan Reams now into 6th, Justin Patrick 7th, Belafon 8th, Josh Harrison 9th, and Tyler Fink 10th. And Logan Nagy is making his one and only pit stop for the race here at Portland. A couple others behind him, it looks like Ewan What Army and Cam Jordan. I'm thinking that these racers that pitted on this lap will probably be the winning strategy here. It'll be interesting to see where Adam Gerberian shuffles out, having pitted so early like he did. We'll have to keep an eye on the track here and see exactly where where is Adam Gerberian at? So Adam Gerberian is not going to inherit the lead, but he's definitely going to gain some spots from the whole ordeal. With our current leader now pitting, The lead is now handed over to Ryan Blaney there in the 77. And the rest of the others pitting behind him. Gerber Forian's likely to shuffle out in about 5th. I think our leaders are still going to be Logan Nagy, Ewan What Army, and Cam Jordan amongst your top 5. Everyone else that stayed out has been running on older treads. As you see, everyone's still on pit road. They haven't made the move off yet. And Logan Nagy is going to just take all those positions back. Except Tyler Landa comes out of the pits right there in front of him. So that's for the lead at the moment. We'll see though. Logan Nagy might have the faster car here and get right back around him. And those of you that may have just tuned in, this will be one of 2 races run tonight. The next race I'm going to go to is Phoenix. So we've got a Western Swing doubleheader playing off of the Evergreen race from last night. It's a trio of Western races. Right now, your top 3, you could throw a blanket over these guys. Logan Nagy's making the move there. Gonna make the pass and take the lead back from Tyler Landa. There comes Ryan Blaney off pit road. So everyone that had stayed out, I believe, is currently pitted. Logan Nagy back to P1. Ewan What Army makes a solid move up to 2nd there. Landa in 3rd. Cam Jordan in 4th. And how about that? Ethan Creech cracks the top 5 for the first time today. Ewan What Army might be beating himself up after not getting another win here. The good part is he's racked up enough points that even without a win, he's most likely locked into the playoffs at this point. We're not going to get 15 different winners in 15 races, so we're going to have drivers that get in on points. Even though victory is so much sweeter. solid run for Ethan Creech. He was roughly 8, 9, or 10 seconds back outside the top 5. Since the pit stops, however, he's worked his way into the top 5. As mentioned before, Logan Nagy might be able to deliver Ford its first victory of the season. Amongst all the races this season, the first race was won by a Toyota. Second race was a Toyota. Third race was a Dodge. Fourth race was a Toyota. Fifth race also Toyota. Then we had the rare Chevy sighting on race 6. Then we had Dodge yet again, race 7. Toyota, race 8. Toyota, race 9. Toyota, race 10. And then last night at Evergreen was Dodge. So pretty even split between Dodge and Toyota, with the exception of one Chevy. .28 laps to go. Lead still belongs to Logan Nagy over Ewan What Army, Tyler Landa, Cam Jordan, and Ethan Creech. Do note that this race at Portland is also a double points race like the race at Evergreen last night. See, Day 2 and Star running 12th and 13th, so they were able to gain one spot from Adam Gerber-Forian dropping out. Adam Gerber-Forian has fallen. He has not been able to make up much position. He's still in 29th overall. So the guy that's been leading the points forever, he's choking at the wrong time of the season. This is about the time of year where you're going to want to clamp down and try to secure the championship. He's going to give away a lot of points here, especially in the 2 back-to-back double point races. Looks like Logan's spanning a larger gap here on What Army. We've got lap traffic coming into the picture here shortly. The lead remains pretty much at about 1 second between the leader and second place. Looks like What Army might be safetying up and trying to save some of his tires for a later charge in the race here. Logan Nagy just wants to cruise and get out of the sights of What Army. As things stand in our point system right now, you and What Army could potentially be flirting with taking a stab at the overall points lead. With Justin Day 2 running in 12th, and What Army running second, the points start to gap a little bit further and further apart the further you go down the list. He could potentially make up 30 points on the leader, and he's only 30 points out of the lead, so we'll have to stay tuned for that. Still 52 laps into this race, we haven't seen a single caution. We've had one round of green flag pit stops to decide the order as they run right now. Everyone will be able to run the majority of the rest of this race without pitting again. It looks like they are within range of the lap traffic. Nadakagam. Who seems to be out there in a year earlier model Chevy than everyone else. He just doesn't have the pace to run with the rest of them. That's the cruddy part about all of his ratings being set at 0 to 100. It's so sporadic that he'll never have a perfect car. Even if he has one race where he's got a, maybe I might have to tweak on that a little bit so it's not so off. He's literally the slowest car on track every week, and I feel bad. We'll make an adjustment in the ratings going into Phoenix for the next race, so thanks again everyone who has tuned in for the races tonight. Sorry again last night that the race didn't have any commentary. I was plenty busy and I still wanted to run the race. I was able to watch it from afar. So yeah, short of Justin Day 2 making up any positions, it's gonna be close for you and What Army on where the points will lay. Logan Nagy's having a hard time getting around for this lap traffic here. Hopefully it doesn't cause disturbance for the overall lead, as you and What Army is closed in very tightly. You never want to see lap traffic decide the outcome of a race. That's the worst case scenario, especially at a road course like this. Hopefully Nagy gets a run here and gets on the inside to make the pass. Fortunately, it's just hard enough that he can't get an opening on him. Nah, it looks like we might actually have the pass being made now, as Nagy's gonna clear. There, he finally clears Nadat Kagam, and he should be back off to cruising in the lead again. Man, Nadat Kagam did not want to play easy on that. Seems that the O2 is actually able to help Logan Nagy after hampering the chance of him to get by. It looked like he held up the rest of the field to a tune of 1.8 second lead over second place. UN One Army. We've got 16 laps to go now. Man, fastest lap still belonging to Logan Nagy. It has been a clinic put on by Logan Nagy. He has simply dominated this entire outing. And as they run, his closest competition definitely has been UN What Army. I don't believe he's going to have enough of an opportunity to catch him here in the closing 15 laps. But it's never over until it's over. Never know if we might have a surprise caution, spin outs, or something happen. I still find it crazy that last night's race at Evergreen was the most wrecks that we've seen in a Bush League race in 2022. This race here at Portland's more of the status quo for what the entire season has kind of delivered so far. Caution free. We might have pit stop strategies that kind of shake up the balance, but other than that, not a whole lot. Looks like Belafon's probably going to end up with a solid top 10 finish, as well as Justin Patrick and Tristan Reams. Ethan Creech is probably going to be astounded and proud of his top 5 finish. Yeah, UN What Army is going to try to make it interesting here in the closing laps as he's cutting the lead deficit on Logan Nagy each lap here. So Logan Nagy's not out of the woods yet. He's still got 12 laps to go, but he's also got a hard-charging UN What Army right behind him. Now down to only 11 laps to go. And it's still looking like Logan Nagy's got the win pretty much in the bag. Keep an eye on the deficit here. Going to the start-finish line, he has a .88 second lead. Logan Nagy grows his lead to a .93, so finding a little bit of extra speed in the rubber that he's got there. The Goodyears are coming in clutch here at the end. This win would put Logan Nagy into the playoffs, and we would also have included are the 8 drivers of Justin Day 2, Adam Starr, Adam Gerber-Forian, Clarence Bonner, Jules T-Roll, Tyler Disharoon, JD Arrington, and Cam Jordan. And with the system I'll put forward, race 16 of the series, we'll have our round of 16 at Sonoma. Our 16 drivers still yet to be determined, but it'll likely involve many of the drivers that'll be pointing their way in. UN What Army is clearly going to make it into the playoffs regardless of his win status. There's too much of a lead that he's got to fall outside of a points paying position that would get him out of the playoffs. So then it would be Tyler Fink, Lucas Holmes, Tristan Reams, Craig Bush, Tyler Landa, and Riley Sorrell Tracy, who are the other drivers with a shot to get in. Really, at the moment, all of our drivers are in the top 16. So it would really come down to probably Riley Sorrell Tracy missing the cut after Logan Nagy gets his win. Crazy, yeah, the craziest part is that all of our winners are within the top 16 in the points, so that makes math a lot easier. It'll just shuffle those guys to the top of the list once the playoffs start. The ones that have wins versus the guys that don't have wins will get shuffled towards the bottom. So yet again, like I mentioned, I think it's safe to say that UN What Army is locked regardless of win status. And Chris Hergeson might be close enough there too that he could clinch without a win. Logan Nagy currently sits 17th in the points. This will catapult him into the top 16 and obviously clinch a playoff spot. Just 7 laps to go, and it looks like Logan Nagy has very little competition from the 21 car. For sure, amongst the drivers in the top 5, one that would need a win and definitely some more luck would be the 48 of Ethan Creech, who currently sits 30th in the points. He'll have to get up into the top 25 and have a win to be eligible for the playoffs. Skylar Dixon currently has a win, but he's outside in 28th place at the moment. And based on tonight's result, he would likely not make up much position at all, as he's still only 26th on track here at Portland. So that ain't going to give him an opportunity to get out of 28th place, especially when his competition is the 72 of Dave Wilson, who's running 19th. So Tyler Aspinall is struggling, and this will likely drop him a couple spots back in the points. He's currently 26th. A 28th place run will definitely drop him in the point standings. JD Arrington, unfortunately, with a rough run today, dead last in 35th. He's got his win secured, so he doesn't have to worry about missing out on the chase, but still, you want to try to rack up as many points as possible. We have simply witnessed a clinic here from the 44 team. They showed up to Portland to show down. This race is almost in the books. We've got about to be 2 laps to go. If there's going to be any closing lap drama, it's going to be between Logan and Ewan. But I don't see it happening. We're likely going to see Logan lead the last couple laps here to victory. But we're still going to run a second race tonight. The Phoenix race will probably be relatively quick. I'm trying to up the distance on the later half of the Busch Series, trying to promote championship contending race wins and stuff, so it just seems more fitting to have lengthier races when more's on the line. Our initial races were probably closer to like a 25%. We're looking now more so like a 35 to 40%. Two laps to go. The lead is kind of shrinking there at the front. Ewan is trying to find a little bit of extra grip in those tires. The tires are definitely wore out by the end of this long green flag run. Logan Nagy's had somewhat of a back and forth season so far. Hasn't had a very dominant car, yet he's always had some strong runs, especially today here at Portland. This is the strongest run he's had yet. Dominant, setting on the pole, leading almost every lap out front. As he's going to see the white flag this time by. The white flag waves on the rest of the field. Ewan What Army keeps teeter-tottering back and forth. He gains, he loses, he gains and loses some. I don't think he's going to have anything for Logan Nagy here. The run through of the field, it stayed unchanged yet again since the green flag pit stops, with Ewan in second, Cam in third, Tyler Landa in fourth, Ethan Creech fifth, Ryan Blaney sixth, Tristan Reams in seventh, Justin Patrick in eighth, Bella Fawn, Josh Harrison, Tyler Fink. Adam Starr actually makes it by Justin Day 2. This is big for points, as Adam Starr is fighting Justin Day 2 for position in the overall point standings. That puts Day 2 back into 13th, meaning Ewan What Army might actually get the points lead after this race. Kind of skim through the rest of the field here to get back to the leader. Adam Gerber-Forian in 30th. By far his worst run of the season. And there you see it, Logan Nagy with the checkered flag, getting his first win of the season, the first win for Ford in the Sylvania Busch League. Ewan What Army can't be too upset with the second place finish. Cam Jordan, also solid top 3 finish. Tyler Landa with the fourth, and Ethan Creech with what was likely his best finish of the season. With that, Logan Nagy, as I've mentioned numerous times during this broadcast already, is locked into the playoffs. who knows, perhaps he can go 2 for 2 when we go to Phoenix in a couple minutes here. And after Phoenix, it's Bristol and Daytona, which are 2 true wild card races. We don't know who's going to wind out on top in those ones. We do know for certain, though, that Logan Nagy wound up on top here in Portland. So I'll be on standby on the mic. I'll get back in a while here. I'm going to get this race squared away and get Phoenix set up. So hold tight.
Greg, did you have any ignition problems?
Alrighty. Now on to race number 2 for the evening at ISM Speedway, otherwise known as Phoenix. I want to go to ISM because they've got the finish line layout where they've got it moved to now. ISM right there. So we're going to run 260 laps here at Ism. I guess it's considered Ism or Ism Raceway. And we just had Logan Nagy win at Portland. We had Adam Starr winning at Evergreen. And now to the 1 mile track at Phoenix. Likely to see another hell of a race. Points leader should be somewhere around Ewan What Army and Justin Day2 with Adam Starr somewhere in the mix there, about 20 points out. So for this race, it looks like Tyler Disharoon starting on the pole with Clarence Bonner, Dusty Redding, Connor Cooper, and Tyler Landa. Craig Bush sitting in 8th. Definitely needs a win to get in. Adam Starr solidly in the top 10. Ewan What Army. Looks like Tyler Aspinall with a decent starting position there in 14th. So we're going to go ahead and get underway here at Phoenix.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
Clarence Bonner already has a win on the season, but likely he'll have to make up some points. If I remember correctly, let's go look and see. No, Clarence Bonner is actually in the top 10 in points, so he's doing just fine. However, Tyler Disharoon, I think, is going to be looking to get a win here too. Man, I have short-term memory though. I want to say that Tyler Disharoon won a race this year already as well. Yeah, he did. Dusty Redding, however, there in 3rd, definitely has not won a race. So Dusty Redding would be a dark horse to get a win here, especially since he sits 34th in the points, so he's going to need a lot of help to get into the top 25. Tyler Landa is already in the top 15 in points, so it'll be easy enough if he were to get a win. He would be locked in. Previous winner Logan Nagy starting very far back in the pack, looking about 28th at the moment, along with fellow championship contender Cam Jordan. Phoenix is definitely going to be much more fast-paced and very tight quarters racing. Oh, and it looks like Logan Nagy's spinning out. His win couldn't have come at a better time, as this does very little to do anything against him in the playoffs. Being locked in with his win, he's going to need it. It looks like he just tried to drive in before he was clear there on JD Arrington. If you look at the in-car cam on JD Arrington, we'll see just how. We'll watch the chase cam on it. Yeah, he tried to merge before he was clear. Spotter must have said he was clear, and he was not. Arrington gets some rough damage on that. Hagum got the worst of it, I think, when he smashed into Nagy there. Bam. So that brings out our first caution. Tyler Disharoon maintains the lead at the moment. It doesn't look like we're going to have any retirees yet. It doesn't show them. We might have a couple drivers damaged, though. We'll see. It'll have to take another lap or so to shake it out. Well, it looks like Skylar Dixon is retired. Wow, unfortunately Nelson Morrison didn't even make the field. He must have had some mechanical errors before the race even started. So we had a driver fail to qualify for the main event. Lights are out on the pace car. Gonna make their final trek around what is now the backstretch. The restart is off, and Disharoon gets off to a solid lead here. 3 wide there in the back. We got Dusty Redding, followed by the 2 teammates of Justin Patrick and Tyler Landa. Clarence Bonner and Tyler Fink. You got Riley Sorrell Tracy, who's having a good showing here. It'd actually be kind of nice to see Dusty Redding pull off a win here. It's really cool that the 2 team cars, the 65 and the 54, are running back to back. Looks like Dusty Redding's making a charge here. He might try to make a move on Disharoon for the lead. Tyler Landa, on the other hand, wants to make it interesting with them both. I do think that the next two races in the series, though, is going to be where it's at. The most hype moments are yet to come, where we go to Bristol, short track bumping and banging of Bristol, to the ever so unpredictable Daytona to round out the regular season for the Sylvania Bush League. Looks like Nadaka Gum's still going to be running out there even with damage. Craig Bush, unfortunately, mired back in 33rd at the moment. Dave Wilson, Jules Tyrrell, Logan Nagy, even with his damage, is still out there running. Faster than at least 5 cars, so that ain't bad. Our points leader, Justin Daytu's having a rough go of things. Back in 26th at the moment. Adam Gerber-Forian's going to have to make up a lot of ground. Who's looking to be one of the favorites to win the title this year. He's going to have to do a whole lot to make up the ground that he's lost so far. Tyler Aspinall seems to be inconsistent, but sometimes he'll shine when you least expect it. And that's one of those races right here at Phoenix. Sitting in the top 15 as he run right now. Ewan Wood Army currently running 12th. Adam Starr in 11th. Riley Sorrell Tracy with a solid 8. This might be good enough to get him some more points towards locking himself in on points for the chase. Tyler Landa seems to continually make up for his lost points in the season. He started off strong, then he kind of hit a rough patch, falling deep in the points. But with the last race at Portland and even this race here, he's looking to get back-to-back top 5s potentially. He might not want to stop there. He might want to try to go for the win. Yet again, it turns out that the Toyotas are being most dominant yet again. It's going to be hard to go much further than a Toyota camp for the champion this year, I'd wager. Your champion is probably going to come from the Toyota camp. Toyota or Dodge. There's plenty of strong Dodges out there. Yeah, overall, this Phoenix race is probably going to be another grueling statement race for another contender to get into the championship. Tyler Dishroon might be leading now, but I think you wait and see. Some of these other drivers that don't have a win are going to try to work their way to the front. And we might see another first-time winner here. Looks like Dusty Redding is losing some ground there at the front, having fallen back to third, and he's about to lose fourth position. Fifth place Tyler Fink might not be too close, too far behind that either. It looks like Dusty Redding is going to be confirmed entry in the Truck Series for next year. So his performance in the Busch League has not proven to be well enough received to stay at this level. Clarence Bonner currently has no plans for 2023. Is one of the drivers that's just going to get left out in the whole shuffle of everything. Seems Adam Starr might have been falling off the pace here. I wonder what's wrong with his car. Oh wow, Adam Gerberian suffers mechanical failure and retires from the race with the gearbox issue. So that's only going to continue to dig a deeper hole for Adam Gerberian, our previous points leader, losing a bunch of points in the championship battle. Top four currently is Tyler Dishroon over Tyler Landa, Clarence Bonner, and Tyler Fink. So we got a trio of Tylers in the top five. The only one missing is Tyler Aspinall, who's sitting in 15th at the moment. We could potentially have a quadruplet of Tylers at the front at any given time. Just like in NASCAR, you got the Kyle show, Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. Well, in the Sylvania Busch League, you've got the Tyler show. Tyler Aspinall, Tyler Landa, Tyler Fink, and Tyler Disharoon. Well, shoot, that was coming off pit road for the lead. Tyler Landa comes out right in front of Tyler Dishroon, and they damn near wreck each other. Instead of getting the lead where Tyler Dishroon was, Tyler Landa and Dishroon both fall backwards outside the top 5. Your potential leader now will be the 54 of Justin Patrick. Once they all shuffle out. Yep, once everyone else pits, so. First, our leader was Tyler Dishroon for the first segment of the race. Up to lap 85, we had green flag pit stops. After those green flag pit stops, Tyler Landa comes out right in front of Tyler Dishroon, holding him up. The two of them almost wreck. That pushes Dishroon and Landa back to 5th and 6th, giving Justin Patrick the overall lead as they run right now. And so we just now witnessed a while back there that Justin Patrick lost the lead to Clarence Bonner. Bonner now with the lead, and we're going to be closing in on halfway here in a while. So it seems like at this segment of the race, Clarence Bonner is slowly dominating. Second place is Justin Patrick. Third place, Tyler Disharoon. Fourth place, Tyler Landa. And fifth place, Tyler Fink. Yet again, another race in the Sylvania Bush League with no cautions. I'm really hoping to figure out a method that this might be able to fix next season. Perhaps the best way to fix it would be to run it like the Truck Series, so maybe we'll figure something out like that. Well, more green flag pit stops, and the positions have shaked up again as Justin Patrick currently leads over Clarence Bonner. Then we've got the 28 of Dishroon, 65 of Landa, and Adam Starr is cracked up into the top 5 for the first time today here at Phoenix. Getting by Tyler Fink, Cam Jordan in 7th, Riley Sorrell Tracy, Tristan Reams, and Ethan Creech. So we've got 35 laps to go here to conclude this marathon of racing in the Sylvania Bush League. I wouldn't have done this otherwise, but with my busy week coming up, I wouldn't have had any other opportunity to do so. Our top contenders for the entire race have been the same guys running in the top 4, with Clarence Bonner, Tyler Disharoon, Justin Patrick, and Tyler Landa. Just towards the end of this run, we had Adam Starr crack up into the top 5, so he's improved pretty well. The 14 car of Tyler Fink had dropped back a bit. Cam Jordan, Tristan Reams, Ethan Creech, and Josh Harrison, followed by Brian Clark, Riley Sorrell Tracy, Connor Cooper, Lynn Farrell, and the number 26, whose name escapes me at the moment, Lucas Holmes. They've made all their pit stops, so this will be the last run to the end here. And we've got 4 drivers with a shot at winning it. Clarence Bonner would be a repeat winner. Tyler Disharoon would be a repeat winner. Look back at Justin Patrick and Tyler Landa, the 2 teammates running 4th and 3rd. They would be first-time winners on the season if they were somehow able to catch up to the leaders here. I'm sure most of y'all will probably catch this on a replay or rewatch it later. Perhaps my calculations were off, as Clarence Bonner has to pit with 30 laps to go. So perhaps everyone has to pit one more time. We'll see here. And if anything, no worries. No one, I mean, this is all just an extra convenience for anyone that wants to see the race in its entirety. No one. Everyone can catch the results after the fact too. The fun part will be here in a couple weeks once the playoffs start. Gonna have a bunch of drivers that are locked in for a championship. Add a little bit of extra emphasis to tuning in each week to see how your driver will do. 29 laps to go in this race. A race that has seen not a single caution. Run caution free for every lap run. We're just shy of the closing laps here, just shy of 260. So everyone's making their final pit stops here. We're going to be looking down the barrel of 25 laps to go. This may end up being the longest YouTube stream I've put together on my channel here. I'm glad that YouTube doesn't have limitations on how much you can post, because otherwise I would probably be capping out at some point with all these races I run. Clarence Bonner looks like he's probably going to shuffle back around to the lead here. He's out front, in front of Patrick. 28. Who's in the 28 car? Oh yeah, Disharoon, who's been up front for most of it. Tyler Landa and Adam Starr will shake out to be your top 5 drivers. .20 laps to go, and currently Justin Day2 is not come down pit road for his final service. Perhaps Justin Day2 is going to play the long strategy here, stay out on stay out on old tires and try to conserve as much fuel to get the win here. He's running 2 seconds a lap slower. I wish NASCAR Racing 2003 would give you the last time they pitted reference, because Day2 definitely is not pitted recently. He is staying out, and he's going to try his hardest to win this race on gas mileage. And this would be a huge gangsta move on Justin Day2's part, because he's the points leader as it would be, but only by a small margin over Ewan What Army. With a win here, he would definitely maintain the points lead. Down to 15 laps to go, pacing at 2 seconds a lap slower than the rest of the field. and there's a caution with 15 laps to go. The 67 of JD Arrington. And Logan Nagy, well, it was the 67 of Arrington had an engine failure, a severe engine malfunction. And Nagy just so happened to get into him in the midst of it all. This caution will set up a 15-lap shootout. So, we're going to get the restart underway here with 11 laps to go. Justin Day 2 is on wore-out tires. Clarence Bonner has been dominating the race, followed by Justin Patrick and Tyler Disharoon. I don't believe Day 2 is going to be able to hold on out front here, as he probably should have pitted when this caution came out. Instead, he's going to try and take the track position and make do with what he can. All he's got to do is hold everyone off for 10 laps. And just like that, Clarence Bonner blows by to take the lead. Day 2's tires are completely gone as he drops and holds up the second place. Couple other drivers, third, fourth back. So after that lap subsides, it's Clarence Bonner with the lead. Second place is Tyler Landa right now on the inside there on the white and red Toyota. Justin Patrick following behind in third. We're going to see where it shuffles up this time. Fourth place driver is Tyler Disharoon. Fifth place, Cam Jordan, cracking the top 5 for the first time today. Currently fighting with Tyler Disharoon for fourth. As the two teammates, Landa and Patrick, fight for second here. Seems that Clarence Bonner is kind of snuck away from the rest of the guys here. 1.2 second lead. In the meantime, we got Adam Starr running 6th. Justin Day 2 has dropped all the way back to 10th since restarting on the lead there. I believe he's going to continue to drop a little more each lap. The worst he can do at the moment is fall back to 12th, so he's going to wind up probably net gaining at the end of the day after his pit strategy. He definitely did not want to see that caution. If the race would have went caution free instead of that caution coming with 15 laps to go, I think Justin Day 2 was going to cruise to a victory. Unfortunate circumstances. He was going to try to sneak one out. The most dominant driver is leading right now with Clarence Bonner, so the fastest car is likely going to end up winning. Looks like Ewan What Army actually had the fastest lap in race. Clarence Bonner, however, his fastest lap was good for 23rd. But he's led majority of the laps even with a slower car. As mentioned previously, Clarence Bonner has won already this season. So this will end up being an extra win to his tally. Tyler Landa is going to get some good points here in second place, as well as Justin Patrick there in fourth. Looks like Adam Starr got around Cam Jordan for fifth. Cam Jordan currently running 6th. His contender that he's fighting with right now is Tristan Reams, who's 3 wide behind him with Justin Fink and Ethan Creech. As the final lap, we're going to see the white flag this time by. Clarence Bonner is cruising out front in the lead with no trouble. This race had went caution free for 245 laps. We see our one and only caution on lap 245. Kind of shakes up the pace of the race and ends up turning out to be Clarence Bonner's second win in the Sylvania Bush League. Tyler Landa coming home in second. Tyler Disharoon comes home third. Justin Patrick in fourth. Adam Starr with a solid top 5. We'll have to see how the points tally shakes up. Cam Jordan with a 6th. Tristan Reams with a 7th. Tyler Fink with an 8th. Ethan Creech and Justin Day 2. So Day 2 makes up the most of his points that he could with a top 10 out of it. Lynn Farrell with an 11th. And there's the rest of your finishing order. So not an extremely exciting race. We did see some interesting pit strategies play out for varying lead changes and whatnot, but other than that, things were pretty standard fare for the most part. 13 of 25. So overall, congratulations to Clarence Bonner on taking home his second victory in the Sylvania Bush League. This will likely draw the attention of scouts to maybe get him in a ride for 2023, which he is currently not a part of. So thanks again, everyone, for tuning in, and thanks for all of you that might have watched this on replay. At this point, I don't know exactly what my schedule is going to entail or how the next race will fall, but hopefully we won't have to do any more double headers like this for quite some time, unless we want to. So all together, thanks again. It's been a 4-hour live stream, so that one goes down in the record books as my longest live stream yet. I hope you all have a good night and enjoy that Daytona race tomorrow night. This is Jakester signing out.